This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve here in Sabi. Actually, it's in Lowveld, Mpumalanga, where we're looking at these beautiful herds of elephants, and they're actually moving about. They're going to just walk across right in front of us, and then you're just going to see how they do that. In the meantime, if you jump aboard to your very own live safari through the African wild. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a cloudy of a day here in Sabi Djuma Private Game Reserve this afternoon. And then we got this such a beautiful herd, I might say it, right on the western side of quarantine. Why not spending time with them? And my name's Andrew, and I have Darzi on the camera. That's Darzi. So it's actually such a beautiful and interesting herd that I know this morning we were looking for these herds, and we eventually find them. They were in a slightly of a thicket, and I went to spend time with them, and they weren't moving at all. So, and then it's amazing of how they have actually made their way from there this far into the quarantine, which they may looks like they're going to move into the north more. So everybody, as you know, we'll be coming to you live from this location or various locations. We'd love to hear from you. You can still send these questions and comment. You can still use WildEarth. You can still use hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, as well as at FC on YouTube. If you are under the age of 18, you can still pop us in your emails on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv as well. But there's a simple way if you also go to a WildEarth website and then you head over to the live safari page, and then you can submit your question there. And we'd love to actually hear from you guys out there. It's such a beautiful condition today for the elephants. They can still exercise their strategies, energies. I mentioned something that they may not really look for water desperately because of the weather, which they will finally drink water later on. And then my plan again this afternoon, I'll be heading over to Chitwa there, and then hopefully we get to see the Duke. That Tingana, if he's still there. He was there this morning. We're just going to go check if he's still around. And then, of course, Cedric, he's still going to be around in Djuma. Then he's going to be looking for anything he could. JP and Pridelands, that would also come about. If it's possible, later on, may have a trishal from the ocean over Cape Town. So everybody, I'm going to see if these elephants, how they're moving, foraging right in front of vehicles. And meantime, let's take a quickly look at the weather on our various locations.
Welcome to WildEarth. We're live on Bushwalk at Eco Training Pridelands, and we started our walk at Leopard Dam for this afternoon. It's equally windy over here, just like as in Djuma. So the wind normally has a little bit of a restriction to us when it comes to walking. So my name is JP Leroux, and behind the camera we've got Jared. So our plan is to hope that the wind is going to settle a little bit, but we can start venturing a little bit away from the dam. While we're waiting, we're also hoping that there's a number of animals that might come and drink, as well as we will take a small little walk around the dam and see if there's any fresh tracks and signs which we can have a look at. Good afternoon, Linda, and welcome to the show. For me, this is actually very cold. I'm used to temperatures in the high 30s, and I only start feeling uncomfortable at 38. So anything above that is still, anything below between 30 and 38 is normally for me very, very pleasant. Quite often, if we do go to Cape Town at this time of year, I actually have to ask for an extra blanket because it's so cold down there for me in comparison to the Lowveld. We also find that in this area, the temperature is pretty much consistent all year round, with a lovely average of 23, 24 degrees Celsius for winter. One of the towns that are very close by to us, which is known as Phalaborwa, actually holds the record in South Africa for being the town with the most consistent temperature between winter and summer. Let's just going to quickly have a look what our kingfisher is up to. We've been watching him over the last few days, and he's been pretty successful at hunting a number of different frogs and fish. He's just unfortunately moved off. As you noted, he is actually hovering. It's one of the very few species of birds that can actually hover in South Africa, with the largest of species that can actually hover being a black-chested snake eagle, which specialize in hovering, looking down, and then capturing incredibly large snakes, sometimes of up to 2 to 3 meters. I also find it fascinating how good birds' eyesight are in terms of detecting slightest of movements at large distances. We're going to hang around here a little bit longer and let's see what is happening.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more. Bookings open on Sunday the 22nd of August, straight after the Sunset Safari.
Good afternoon and welcome again to Djuma. We're having a bubble start. This Mara expedition sounds very nice. I would love myself to go there to see the migration. It is still on my bucket list though. I haven't been there yet. So hopefully one day I will be able to head in that direction. So my name is Cedric and on camera with me this afternoon is Rike. Our plan this afternoon is to drive around Djuma. Big spotted something, and it is beautiful actually on the tree there. It is a RSA oak. We saw a few of them lately. It was two mornings ago. We had a lot of birds of prey, and it was very nice to see them. I know Andrew and Vicky had a very good sighting of them on a tree, jumping around. So it is cloudy here, and it is a bit cold, but I don't need to put my jacket yet. So the good thing is that hopefully some predators will be moving around. So while we look at this RSA oak, we have been to Gary Down, and we have also heard some impala alarm calling. So we came here to check if there was anything around, but no luck. Justin, you asking if these birds are migratory. Actually, I'm not 100% sure. I will check that for you. But we see them quite a lot around here. But I will definitely check that for you and come back. You know, there's so many birds that migrate. Sometimes we forget if this one is a migratory bird or not. I thought I had a sighting of a Wahlberg eagle a couple of days ago, but I was not 100% sure because I thought it's a bit early for them to come back, but sometimes they come a bit early in August, September. They are a very pretty bird, and their face can turn a bright orange when they are breeding. Last time we saw two of them mobbing a tawny eagle. Currently preening himself. I'm struggling to distinguish between a female and male. They are very similar. Kirsten, you're saying this is your favorite bird. Yeah, it is a very pretty bird, and it's very nice when they jump from branch to branch when they're looking for food. So they eat eggs of other birds, obviously, and also a little nesting bird. So it is a bit harsh to see, but obviously they have to feed. So you can see it's a little bit windy with the feathers now going up. Look like, well, sometimes birds just go to the bathroom before flying, so maybe we might see it fly away now, but hopefully it will stay there. It's also nice to see birds flying. So I think we're going to stay there. I'm going to check on that question, Justin, and hopefully if we continue we might hear more alarm calls.
Welcome on Bushwalk to Pridelands and a very windy afternoon. At the moment we're spending some time birding at one of the dams. We're just going to allow you to enjoy the scenery and see what you can see with us. At the moment there's a large amount of Egyptian geese that's gathered over on the opposite side of the bank, as well as their chicks. There's roughly 8 of them. When we started over here a few months ago, there was approximately 9 of them. We're doing pretty good at this moment, because generally we see that there's quite a large loss of chicks.
all sitting here with our beautiful herd of elephants, since they were just so beautiful when they were moving across a little bit of this open here. But we still have a sighting of them, so it's great that many of them already make their way, which they're heading north, or probably possibly Galagopan maybe later if they want to drink there. This is what always about elephants. If you look at this back leg, one rest and the three of them stand. It's just to support the whole weight of that animal, since they spend a lot of time standing up, feeding, moving, so they only ever stationary won't be for too long. So many of time they have to be standing and feed. So there's only reason why they have to maybe rest one leg at a time, and then the other three support the whole body weight. See this female, she's actually sweating her temporin, sweating there. Wesley, you're asking how do they keep themselves warmer in this weather? So bigger animals like these elephants and giraffes and rhinos and these, so there is a way of getting themselves warm by moving into the cover where it's quite a lot of hill here, so that if they move down the hill, they finally get themselves into one of these riverine here, and then the wind blow less. So that's where they ought to try that if they ever feel colder. But with the temperature of the day like this, it's not actually very colder for them. That's why they can still come up to this high over land here. This little one still learning how to get around. Well, family bond, it's kept within the elephants. They love one another. They will take care of one another's baby. If it happened to the mother, they didn't make it, die somehow, and then the rest of the other members. So they were able to take care of them. So everybody, we're going to move on about, and then again, let's go across to Cedric, who's got a grey creature.
Oh, what a sad moment. Our African Oyo just left. We were quite close and we had quite a good look. So the face of this Oyo was slightly pink, so they might be breeding. And so this is what was pink. To come back to that question of Justin, if they are migratory, no, they are not. They're sedentary, so they find in a large part of Africa, but they don't migrate. I'm just going to reverse and try to reposition quickly. Guide me quickly what would be the best view for him. It is sometimes with birds a little bit tricky when they fly, so bear with me. I apologize for that. Okay, I think we might have a good look now again. Simon, you asking how is the wind affect them when they're flying? Yeah, sometimes when it's very windy it can be tricky for them. Obviously they will not struggle a bit to fly into the wind, but they are very powerful birds with big wings, so they will still fly. We were seeing earlier, it was, what bird we were looking this morning? I think it was hooded vulture. I don't know if some of you remember. It was very windy, so they use also the wind to cover a bigger distance and and cover more ground, if I may say. But we found sometimes when it's really, really windy, we don't see a lot of bird flying unless it is the vultures. Also, for the vultures, for example, they can fly very high. So I'm not sure if the wind will be the same at that altitude than on the ground. Yeah, this morning we were seeing these hooded vultures doing loops. It was very nice. Actually, you're saying, if I got it right, they look like sometimes that they're having a bad day. A bad Saturday. Yes. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but yeah, they quite actually relax here, which is quite nice. They don't move too far generally. Oh, okay, so sorry, I got that. Like they're having a sort of bad headache, yeah. But this is because of the wind, obviously. Feathers are very light, so as soon as there's a bit of wind, you can see now here, it's going up. Oh, that's a good example there. But it is a good example. Okay, so on our side we will leave this area oak, continue on Vulture's Nest. In the meantime, we will send you to Andrew with elephant sitting down.
So everybody was still sitting here with an elephant. So with an Cedric's had a sitting elephant, today standing up in an elephant. So what I'm going to do, we're going to take these as a silent moment. So we're just going to watch the scenery and then unfold the scenery. Nadia, you're saying watching this isn't a dedication. It is. It's such an amazing, with elephants, watching them in a very small of a space where you can see them and they're on the environment, and they always do their best as they can, and you see how they work as a team, but making sure that whoever has to be in the group, especially they have a young one here, they have to make sure these young one, they don't have to wander far from their parents. And that's a way of teaching them also to participate on getting used to feeding in a very young age by sharing with them whatever pieces of branches they break. So they're so cool. So we're going to stay put here, see if we have a just very interesting animal to watch for now, for sure.
My name is Nomfundo Ndlovu and I'm the Senior Project Manager for the WISA Schools and Youth Unit. I'm a qualified horticulturalist. I'm particularly passionate about supporting schools towards working through their sustainability journey and towards food sovereignty through our food gardening projects. A typical day in my work involves me overseeing our national projects and creating an enabling environment for schools to thrive and succeed in working towards self-reliance and sustainability, and really ensuring that no school gets left behind.
Being nominated to the top 5 and finally being here, for me it's an achievement. Tracks, I believe I did quite well, and the walk,
and sometimes you often drag their feet forward.
The storytelling as well. So yeah, I think that's where I see my strongest point.
And then that was the opportunity of the scraping.
I say the bedding and the call, definitely for me. It was quite a big challenge. Guiding is not all about the award that we have had, but sharing the experience and continue to do what we have passion and love.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Welcome back to Pridelands. We're still out on bushwalk and we started moving away from the dam to see what we can go and find. And one of the interesting field signs that we did find is these mud smears right over here on the side of its branches, which would indicate that the animal has wallowed close by at the dam to cool itself down, cover itself with a sufficient amount of mud so it can help it to also get rid of parasites that might have got onto the coat, especially ticks. Quite often we'll notice that both species like warthogs, also rhino, elephants and buffalo will go and wallow to cool themselves down and then go and rub themselves onto rubbing posts where the mud will cake off to get rid of those ticks. So generally we can also age the time that it has happened. We can see that the mud is still fresh, it hasn't dried out. Well, it's been quite windy, so wind can contribute to drying out mud. It's not been a very sunny day at all, so it's still nice and wet, so therefore it's fairly fresh. And in this case where we would like to trail an animal, this will tell us that it's actually worth our time to actually go and spend tracking that animal. There's a few more field signs that we can find over here on the ground. We'll notice that there's pieces of mud that is caked off this animal as it is walking through the bush. I would suggest that it's most likely buffalo that has moved through here due to the height of the animal. Good afternoon, Christopher, and welcome to the show. With regards to your question, is mud the only way that animals use to get rid of parasites? It's not the only method that they do. We find that animals will also dust bathe, for example, zebras and wildebeest. And then in the case of birds, they've also got a number of interesting tricks up the sleeve that they can use to get rid of parasites for the feathers. And one of those are sunning, where they will go and sit in the direct sun so that the sun can destroy harmful bacteria and other parasites. We also find that they can use a very unique technique which is called anting. We find this behavior to be done by both birds, but also with animals such as pangolins, where they will allow ants to climb onto them. And once there's a number of ants on the animal or on the bird, they will start contracting the scales or shaking their wings. And the ants will then start releasing formic acid, which is a chemical, which will then assist with deterring parasites that's on the feather or underneath the scales of a pangolin. Some birds have also used a unique technique, especially in the northern hemisphere, where they will actually use smoke. And this is especially seen with crows, where they will go to chimneys and take mouths full of smoke and put it onto the feather to get rid of the parasites that is on the feather itself. Then another strategy that I've seen and I've read about over the years is with hornbills, where they will actually use millipedes, which they will encase with mud at the entrance of their nest to deter unwanted parasites from coming into that nest. So we're going to move on, go and see what we find any tracks and determine which animal did the mud smears. But in the meanwhile, we're going to send you back to Djuma to see what they have on offer.
Good luck, JP, there. And then we're still sitting here with actually such a beautiful sighting. I didn't want to actually leave them while they're still around. You know, now we're talking about the parasite in the animals and how do they defend themselves or making sure they don't actually have these parasites. Anti-parasite, such in the elephant, they would spray mud over their body. Sometimes when it's not such a mud, every now and then they would suck soil which is in the ground, pour on top of them. Eventually it doesn't stick quite a long time, especially on the ribs, but on the top the sand it may stuck there. And they have a very, quite a folded skin. And the only reason they have these is because every time they use this mud, the mud would find easily to hold on in his skin and his folders. Finally, the animals feel plaster on their skin, and then there is not much of the parasite. Otherwise, that's only anti-parasite animals such as an elephant can do. And then, of course, they wouldn't definitely use such as the trees, rub against these trees around here. And then all you see is a mud on top, then you know the height of the elephant. If you know the size, you definitely know that could be an elephant came in a rub there after that mud bath. And now looking at these trees over here, it's one of the marula tree. And look at the deep bark that elephants also has done. Is that because they deep bark trees for Combio malaya into quite a lot of trees out here in a low field. But this is marula trees which can be so easy sometimes for the elephants to stab using their very sharpening tuskers, if you can see there. That way the tusker have went in, peel off that bark. But in the meantime, so there is a reserve have plan of actually putting these wire around a tree, it may sometimes bear less damage when the next time elephants come to that area. But sometimes this kind of a fold is a wrinkle in the elephant skin can be varying in age sometimes. A gene pool, some we find these are folders pretty much, in there. It's quite a lot of showing up on this folder. As you can see, this young one, when he plays with these, one of the foreleg there, you see where the skin actually folded. It's an only way of that section, if it's not actually covered in mud for maybe a week or month, what the parasite may do into that, it may lay their eggs. Skin is very sensitive, but it's very strong, so anything that lands on their body, they will still feel it. Which is amazing. The tail can do as much from the backside, and the trunk can do as much from the front to the top of them as when they spray with mud and dust bathing. But Elaine, you're asking would the elephant survive without a trunk? So I know I've seen half a trunk elephant. It was not actually completely off. So I'm not sure if it's completely off, which is then it's going to be off from where these tuskers started to curve forward. And then for that, she or he may find it difficult to feed, especially he won't, manage to hold on anything such as the branches. And that elephant, you would need its mouth, just like a browser rhino do, but then it won't be much comfortable if they survive then. And then it's going to be actually playing harder to get to food and then to feed well in that elephant. But also to drink, but it will be very difficult because once elephants are fully growing, they suck water, use this trunk, and then pour into the mouth. That's how they drink. But I've seen young elephants bend over, these young ones unable to use their trunk very well. They can drink right away from their mouth. But I'm not sure if they are fully growing. When they're full growing, they can still do that. Or they would forget and rely on a trunk. If that's the case, then they may maybe make it in their life without trunk. So we're just gonna sit back and see how they use their trunk and appreciate it. So thank you so much, everyone, to watch this beautiful scenery and enjoy this moment.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. We're at one of our favourite little dams and one of our favourite sit spots. So a sit spot is a little spot where you regularly go and visit, and you focus on what is going on around you. Quite often by moving away from a vehicle and making the time to go and sit and observe what's going on in your environment is where you learn the most as a guide. So we're going to give you the opportunity to sit and watch and see what you can learn from the environment.
So we've been bumbling around looking for trucks. Unfortunately, not many trucks. Obviously, it's a bit easier to find trucks in the morning, and you can see if a truck is fresher because no cars have been driving on the trucks. But of course, if vehicles drive on trucks, you will know that it's not very fresh. I'm just going to stop here. It's a nice little mud area, but it is dry at the moment. But it was not a great sighting, but we got a sighting of, I think it was Moya here in the past. Why I wanted to stop here, it's because generally when this area is quite wet, there's lots of animals who like to come wallow in the mud. And for example, buffaloes, also wildebeest, warthog, obviously they will do that too. It will beneficiate their skin for the ticks, etc., and cool down. But sometimes we found out that one big area like that can start when it's very small. More the animal go roll in it, more this little, let's call it a little water hole, will come bigger. Obviously now it's a dry season, so there's no more water, but I'm sure in summer there will be water in that pond. Actually, yes, last time there was still water in it. So, yeah, sometimes you found, especially with wildebeest, they are territorial here, so he will lie in one area in his territory, do some dust bath, and when the rain starts, this little hole that is creating become a muddy patch. And more they are wallowing in it, more it will become bigger. I'm not sure if this is what happened here, but it might have been as well. And we didn't see much from the last time you were with us, so we decided now to drive towards Treehouse Dam, see if there's anything there. Then we will decide from there where to go. I apologize, this morning I've just realized that my comms was not great on Chitwa, and I think there was a question from Giraffe Girl that I didn't get, but I heard after. She wanted to know where was Tingana. Tingana was very close to Chitwa Lodge, just southwest of the lodge, about 200 meters from one of the first rooms close to the dam. So the animals can come quite close to the lodge here, and it is quite nice. Yeah, so this is a little story about this little pond there. It's so nice also to see bigger animals roll into the mud. Maybe if we go to Treehouse Dam, maybe we might be lucky and see a warthog or something else into the mud. However, it is quite cold, so not sure if we will want to go in the water, but we never know. Okay, so let's continue. I'm just going to reverse quickly and head towards Treehouse Dam. Yeah, so I liked coming here. Often it is quite quiet at Treehouse Dam, but I did have great sighting before in the past there, especially with the honey badger who came to drink. So every time I'm driving around here, I'm thinking about that honey badger. But obviously it was such a rare sighting. I would be very lucky, very, very lucky if it happened again. It is amazing how the weather changed from yesterday to today. Yesterday was sunny, warm, and today it is very, very cloudy and a bit cold. Okay, so we'll head to... I'm sorry. In the meantime, we'll send you on the bushwalk at another little pan.
Welcome to Bushwalk. We were just watching some red-billed oxpeckers. They've just flown up. We're going to see if we can get them into the camera again as they've flown up into a tree. These are one of the specialist birds in this area that specializes in feeding on ticks. There's two species of oxpecker we have in Southern Africa. The other is known as a yellow-billed oxpecker. They're slightly larger in size and they've got a yellow and red bill compared to the red-billed oxpecker, which has got an all-red bill. So it's just to come back that these birds do feed on ticks, and what they do is that they actually comb the ticks out of the coat of the animal, compared to that of the yellow-billed oxpecker, which has quite a fairly heavy bill that is designed like a pair of pliers to yank out the tick from the coat. So therefore we've learned over the years to learn the two different calls, and generally if we know that we hear yellow-billed oxpecker, we immediately look because there's potential a risk of buffalo on foot. However, we do find that red-billed oxpeckers will also sit on buffalo as well. These birds were almost extinct in Southern Africa, and in the late 80s they had a number of breeding programs which helped to get their numbers back up, and then they were re-released into nature. And the original reason why they became almost extinct was because of cattle dips and the association of these birds with cattle. The cattle dips obviously poisoned them, ticks that they've ate on, and then indirectly poisoned the birds. Many a cattle farmer has actually reverted to moving away from cattle dips these days and actually encourage these oxpeckers and find that their cattle is far more healthy by having oxpeckers on them rather than using using dips that will kill off the ticks. So over the last few years, legislation has passed that they actually start using oxpecker-friendly dips, which doesn't poison the birds, but only affects the tick. One of the things that I do find quite interesting is quite often in bomas, where they have orphaned rhinos, they've actually found that the rhinos become quite ill. And the reason is that there's a large number of ticks that go and sit on them. So what they do with these young orphan rhinos, they introduce some oxpeckers and hope that they're going to stay at the boma, and very quickly that assists them to remove the parasites and keep them healthy. We're just back on our Egyptian geese and looking at what they are up to. I'm absolutely amazed how quickly these little geese started growing. It's probably a month ago that I noticed them here the first time, when they were still probably just a few centimeters in size. Although we refer to them as geese, they're actually not true geese, they're actually ducks. So in Africa, south of the Sahara, there's only one species of true geese. And one of the features that separates duck from geese is the amount of neck vertebra, with geese having more neck vertebra than the ducks have. One of the reasons why they were called geese originally is because of their large size. And when the first settlers came to southern Africa, anything that was a large duck was generally referred to as a geese. It's also quite often they didn't know what they were referring to in terms of birds and gave them names of birds that they were familiar with. One of those are the corribustard in Afrikaans. It's referred to as a hompo, which translates into a glue peacock, because it looked like a female peacock which was busy feeding on the gum of acacias.
The scrap here collected a dry grass, put it next to the water hole as the hippo walks down during the warm of the day to drink the water. When the hippo arrives, he saw quite a very nice grass, an area not to resist to rest. And when the hippo went down to drink the water, and when finished the water, he just lied down on the grass. And then,
that was the opportunity of the scrappy.
You know what? Today is my day to pay the revenge.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth.
Everybody, sorry about that, all that technical issue there. So, you know, the African bush, something can be normal and the next moment thing can be not. So when you're in the middle of the bush, that happens. For us again, so still more about checking, see what we can find around here. So this is actually one of the area where we more likely so everybody, I'm gonna carry on into Chitwa. In the meantime, let's jump over to Cedric, see where he's all about and what he's doing.
Yeah, good luck Andrew at Chitwa. Hopefully we'll be able to see Tingana and even maybe the calamatis if they are still there. We couldn't find them this morning, unfortunately. And as we made our way onto Mamba Road, but we're doing the current loop, which is next to the Molwati River. It is quite nice. It's a very nice area. Very good for leopards as well in the riverbed. And also, often there's some battlers on that road a little bit further ahead. So we're going to try to check that there. Also, if we have time, maybe check on Batilda later. I'm sure we'll have time, by the way, because there's still quite a lot of time to go for the show. Yeah, so we decided to come back on the eastern section and check here. It is a bit quiet on Djuma today. Everything this morning was happening at Chitwa. Hopefully it will change and we will have some action here too. I often see battlers here, so this is why I wanted to come check. We saw them also with Andrew, with Darren yesterday, and it was close to this road. Oh, well, there we go, another little example. I'm just going to go forward a bit, of a pan that might have been created by animals by just rolling into it. You can see, so that pan might have been smaller in the past, and then with the rain, get a bit of water, the animals roll in it, and then it gets bigger. Sarah, you're asking if all the pans fill up in the springtime. Not really in the springtime, it will be during summer. So basically now we don't have much rain in winter and spring. The rain starts probably November, sometime December. Last year was a bit early, it was around October. So yeah, soon we start having the big rain, and when it rains here, it can rain a lot. So this pan will fill up with water, and this is where the animals will come and roll into the mud and the water. Obviously it is very hot here in summer, so they will do that quite often. You see a lot of tracks of animals around the pan generally in summer. Okay, so just wanted to show you that one. We will continue on that road, hopefully find some battlers or something else.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more. Bookings open on Sunday the 22nd of August, straight after the Sunset Safari.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. I hope that you were enjoying those beautiful views of the Mara as well as in those wildebeest. It's always been one of my dreams to see the largest mammal migration on the planet. Where else can you see 1.5 to 2.5 million wildebeest migrating? However, in South Africa, wildebeest are actually sedentary and lost their ability to migrate. But I'll tell you a little bit more about that later on. So you're probably wondering what I'm doing and why am I burning elephant dung? No, we're not bored. And our producer was a little bit worried about us when she saw us burning these. But the reason why is it actually has a very pleasant smell and it opens up the sinuses. And my sinus is a little bit closed today because of all the dust. But what you can also do is use it to open up your chest by simply putting a blanket over your head and inhaling that smoke. Some of the other reasons why we do this is quite often at night next to a fire or when we're sleeping out in the bush is to keep away mosquitoes. This works very successfully as a mosquito repellent. But I just enjoy the aroma as well. So one of the uses for elephant dungs in the past has always been to actually put a coal in the inside because it's quite hard work to make fire. And one of the indigenous methods of making fire is by friction and using a friction stick and a base plate. And that takes you roughly a good 2 to 3 minutes to create a coal, if you know what you are doing, as well as if all your materials are dry enough to do so. So rather than spending all that time and energy in producing another coal, you simply carry a coal with you from one area to the next by placing it inside the elephant dung. I wish you could really smell this. This is such a beautiful aroma. So at this time of the year, if you are going to do this little trick, just as a little bit of a conservation ethic, make sure that you put it out. It is quite windy. Conditions are also incredibly dry at the moment. And if this has not been put out successfully, it can potentially lead to a risk of fire.
Yes, JP is right. You don't want to start a fire, a massive fire in the bush. So we did find a battler. You can see only one at the moment. It is quite far. So I often see them in that area. It's a little bit difficult for me to see now if it's a male or female because he's or she is facing us. But this is quite an area you can come and you have a very big chance to see them. We were very lucky with Battler when it called last time because you don't often hear Battler call. Looks like it's really relaxed. I'm sure looking on the ground, maybe it is looking down. As I was saying yesterday, it is a good indication if there's a carcass around, if there's a battler, tawny eagle for example. So you always have to be on the lookout for bird of prey as well. It can help you. Apart from that, it is quite quiet here. So we decided to try the eastern side of Djuma, but I just heard on the radio now that there was some alarm call not far from quarantine. Some vehicle are going there to check now. Danny, you're asking if a battler a true eagle. No, it is not a true eagle. The true eagle will have feathers on the legs, and the battler doesn't. The snake eagle also are not true eagles. I think the battler is part of the snake eagle family. I'm not sure about that, but if I remember well, they might well be in the snake eagle family. If I'm wrong, I apologize for that. Yeah, so true eagles will be your tawny eagle, Wahlberg eagle, Marshall eagle, and so much more eagles as well. It is very easy to distinguish if it's a battler flying. They seem... First of all, you will look if it's an adult, you will not really see a tail because they lose their tail when they become to adulthood. And also, it looks a little bit clumsy when they fly. Obviously, they are not clumsy at all, but when they turn, it's not really a smooth turn, it's always a bit clumsy. So you will see lots of birds in general. The male have lots of colors on them. This is because to attract the females. Not so much for the bird of prey, but for smaller birds, for example. So obviously that tells you that bird can see colors. I'm hearing something very nice now, but it is quite far. Don't think you can hear. There's a pearl-spotted owlet calling in the distance, which is a very, very tiny owl, which is quite common sometimes to see them during the day as well. Philemon, a battler weighed just over 2 kilograms. So you wanted to know how much they weigh? Just over 2 kilograms? Obviously, when they are younger, it will be a bit less. The heaviest flying bird will be the curry-busted. For you just to do the difference, a curry-busted can weigh up to 18 kilograms. This is very heavy for a flying bird. Obviously, the biggest bird we will get would be the ostrich, but they are non-flying birds. I think the exact number for battler is about 2.2 kilograms. But obviously not all of them weigh the same. Some will be a bit bigger, some a bit smaller. and the wingspan is almost 2 meters. Okay, very nice to have found that battler. I think we'll continue on that road, and if we hear anything about the alarm call that was happening next to quarantine, we might head in that direction.
So we're at the Chitwa Dam right now, sitting here. It looks like all the animals, no animals around here. No sign of crocs, probably because of the weather. And then there's a visual of a African fish eagle there. It's so special character about these African fish eagles that they would be paired up. So which male and a female, and then also happen that only one at a time what you can see, and then the other one, since it's quite a lot of a watering hole, so you find she or he's on the other side of the other dam, which that is not a problem, but they do communicate through this very loud sound of theirs. And it's always so important for this bird, wherever they are, it's got to be enough water, and then of course plenty of fish, because then they would go for a fish, various fish, tilapia, catfish, which is fine in such water hole like this. Since it's the only one, perhaps looking at the female, usually males are big in size on their bed of prey, and the male a lot smaller. Such a beautiful scenery back here with these all big waters, watering holes, and a lot of hippos in the middle.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. A little bit earlier we were looking at a number of field signs and how we can age when an animal moved through the area. And those were mud smears that were left on the side of a tree. We also just briefly discussed that how animals can go to rubbing posts and go and rub themselves. So we thought that we actually would show you one of these rubbing posts where a number of different animal species have actually come to rub themselves. Just to show you right down over here, we'll often find mud fairly low down. And this is generally the work of warthogs. And I just love watching warthogs when they go and wallow. It almost seems that they're always having a lot of fun. As it will become progressively higher, generally at this height over here, it can be potentially buffalo. And then as you go up to approximately 1.7 meters in height, and above that will be rhino. And above that height, it's generally always elephant what will come. So you can imagine yourself where the animal will come, stand on the side of a tree that's now full of mud, and it comes and gives itself a lovely little rub to get rid of all that dry mud that's now caking off. Quite often what we'll also see is elephants just going to a dusty area, kicking with the feet until the sand comes loose, and then taking their trunk and sucking up that dust and throwing it over their bodies to even create a further layer to protect them against parasites. Just to come back also some other field signs. I just want to see if we can find any over here. Generally when it's buffalo, we also find coarse grey hairs that also get left behind. I'm not seeing any today. And then sometimes we also, with warthogs, will find some of the longer hairs on the back that will remain. Good afternoon, Glendo, and welcome to the show. With regards to your question, if animals would use the same tree or why do they use the same tree? because quite often it's close by to water and it's convenient for them to use. However, most of the trees in this area all has signs of animals that were using them at some point as a rubbing post. In some cases, it's not always a tree. They can sometimes also make use of a rock. And I've quite often in some areas where I've guided found rocks that has been polished, and it actually looks like if it's been buffed with a machine to create such a smooth, polished effect on it. It's actually quite stunning to find it, especially if there's rain on it, and you find that the sun just comes out. It produces this beautiful glistening on that polished rock surface. Well, we're going to move off and let's go and see what else we can go and find.
So, it's very interesting things about now. I've left the dam, checking around, and with some update, the guys are going to go check on the Talamati, which they were seen probably on that southern boundary on the side there. So I'm just going to quickly everybody sending across to Cedric, who is got a beautiful kudu bull there.
Oh, so we found that beautiful kudu bull, but of course, as usual, we like to go hide. But you can see these impressive horns there. I might have to move, but let's see what it does first. So obviously the male will have horns and the female doesn't have horns. This one seems to be alone, and they normally breed in winter. So we're coming at the end of winter now. So they have been breeding during winter. Okay, I think it's not great where we are, but he's walking into an open area. So let me maybe just go a little bit forward and try to see if we can get a better look. It's always nice to see big male kudu. It is like maybe, I think so, yeah, it is my favorite antelope, I would say. I love antelopes as well, but kudus are always impressive. I'm just going to go a little bit forward. I see there's a second one as well. It seems to be quite relaxed, so we don't need to go too far. Björn, are you asking if we can tell their age by the size of their horns? It is quite difficult to tell, because obviously some individual will have bigger horns than others. You know, it's part of the genetics. But when we see generally three round around the horns, if I can explain that. So when it turns, if we can see three of them, I'm sorry about that. If we can see three turns on the horns, we know that they are fully mature and very big. But kudu bull doesn't live very long. They live up to 9 years. So these ones are fully matured, but I would not be able to say the exact age, unfortunately. The one we're watching now is bigger than the other one, but it doesn't mean that he's much older. It's all maybe you have better genetics and have better horns. So, for example, the average length of a horn is about 1.2 meters, but some records have been up to 1.8 meters. So it becomes very big. Sorry, we want to hide again. Seems like all the animals are moving away from us today. It's going, I think it's opening a bit, yeah. Oh, it is quite difficult. Just trying to find the best sorry about. Sorry, that's a question that came through. I didn't hear properly. I'm sure they will ask me again. It went to hide again, unfortunately.
Do the hooves continue growing?
Oh, sorry, I was struggling to get that. Anushka is asking if the hooves continue to grow. They will grow, obviously, as they are growing, the tracks will be bigger, but kudus have very short hooves, small hooves, compared to their size. So basically, of course, more they are big, more their hooves will be bigger. So it will grow with their body, of course. But if you look at the kudu track, if we see on the road, we'll try to look at it. They are quite small compared to the size of the antelope. So it is quite funny, but it is that way. But I assume that helps them also to not make too much noise when they walk. They also sometimes register, so the back leg will go onto the front leg. Still busy feeding there, not the best visual, but it's always nice to spend time with kudus. Okay, so as they moved away, so I apologize for not getting the question right. Sometimes with the comms it's a little bit difficult. We're reporting live from the bush. So we will continue. Hopefully we'll be able to find some predators. That would be very nice.
Every year in August, South Africa marks Women's Month. WildEarth would like to acknowledge and thank all the amazing females who have worked tirelessly to share our nature with the world.
We're gonna have to just wait, okay? She's gonna come out there just on my right-hand side, and she can see these impala.
Now you've got to inhale it. It burns. I don't know if it's supposed to work instantly. Go, girl, go! Get her! Get her, girl! Get her!
I'm so looking forward to following her story in the future.
I'm really hoping there's two. I'm really hoping there's two. But you know, even if there's one, oh my goodness, everyone!
And I get to share it with you. Isn't that extra special? I get to experience it and show it to everyone.
It's day one of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition, and our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
Either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the call of desperation with the cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops! Oof!
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
So everybody, as we actually mentioned something about going to see if the Tingana would be around in that area, and of course he's around, but it's not actually very good visual where we get a leopard, which is Tingana there, and this is the way they do. They can't be visible when they don't want to be visible, so they can still practice their ability. This is where they're meant to be, into these tall grasses, but also get a little bit of a warm when they need. So there's another vehicles here, which we just joined them. And the visual is not great for a lot of vehicles, so what we do, we make sure that 2 vehicles at a time. You can see how he panned. After that, all the young warthog that was killed by the timber, the leopard.
Like my daughter.
So sorry about that. They're talking in the background, so we closed each other this vehicle. But the timber, he's not actually been seen this afternoon, perhaps also this morning, I haven't heard. It may happen that he realized that Tingana has finished all that the killer has made and then he vanished. Trying the other best he can, where else? Shreya commenting that he's pretty sleepy. So he is very sleepy. We got here. He only a little bit show his face to us. It was only once, but not even very much. And then again, he just went flat. With that time he's got from that hawk, young hawk, and then he would probably be here for a while there, I can tell you. Unless if he would be thirsty, which I doubt. For now, with this cloudy day, it has actually taken place all day. It wasn't very hot. Hayley, you're asking, so how often does Tingana leave Djuma? So he does actually quite often leave Djuma, and then since he's not actually very much interested on being territorial male, that's why he's now actually in far Chitwa, which is, I mentioned that also yesterday when I saw him here, that actually it's a long time since I've seen him coming into this area. So, but yeah, he does sometimes spend times up in the west, Aratuza area. He can be anywhere he wants. Easy for him. He doesn't cause any trouble anymore, so he's not interested on dominating. But he does come back whenever he could, maybe once a week, back into Djuma or walk across into Bebelusuk. Just see his ears twitching there. It's because a lot of flies are bothering cats. So everybody may reposition here because there's another vehicle they've moved off. There's another one probably coming in, so we make sure we got at least good look. I'm just going to try the other side. If it doesn't work, then we can always come back to this position here. So let's try that. It wasn't actually easy for us to get here because it's actually too dense when you come in, and then the only time you realize you're here, it's when you see that leopard with a spot, and you know you're in a sighting already. So we can for now try, you can still see his belly. So I'm just making sure the other vehicle that are coming in, they find their easy access. So it's actually a line-up a lot this afternoon. And probably people want to see him before. You never know who he might be tomorrow, because he's very much moving around this male. So if it happens, even if we move off, make space for the others, then we'll make sure we gotta book in again later on. Maybe we can spend time again with him. Just an amazing, just see him paint like this, but he's all covered with the little tiny flies, and that's why he was twitching his ears quite a lot, just like that. So that scavenging thing that has taken place in here, it's not only him who would do this, but any of the leopard can steal from another one. That happened quite a lot. Same with the lions, they can steal from the weaker pride. So it's always this scavenging. It happened to cats, it happens to, we would thought that hyena do it most, but leopards, lions do it. I've seen dogs ran straight at the leopard, take their kill. So they're well adapted to climb trees very well, such as the leopard. And this is so cool because then they can host their kill up in a tree, and then that kill stays safe away from these hyenas and their wild dogs, because those then cannot climb trees. So everybody, I'm going to try stay put here. If I'm not actually been pushed out, then I would love to stay more.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more. Bookings open on Sunday the 22nd of August, straight after the Sunset Safari.
Well, it's not the Mara, but it's certainly as vast and as beautiful. An expedition out in the Mara, it will be fantastic. But I'm on an expedition of my own out here in Cape Town. We're here in the Mystic Cliffs of the Witwatersrand sand dunes, this dune field that's filled with this beautiful vegetation. And it's me, Trishala. I've got Jason on camera with me, and he will be on camera with me for the next couple days, actually, before I go on a little break. So You're all going to have to get used to Jason. He's certainly getting used to all of you. Now, at the moment, like I said, we're in this dune field. We've been here before, and it's one of the places that I really, really like. So there's a whole lot of vegetation around us. Dune vegetation. You can see these. Very nice. Now, all this vegetation is very important for the dunes. It's what keeps them nice and secure and makes sure that they don't get eroded away. In fact, there's a lot of other things that are happening regarding dune rehabilitation a little bit further on, but we'll get to that. For now, we're just enjoying the very, very beautiful view out there. You can see very tall dunes. Actually, they might be a little bit rocky. The ones furthest at the end are quite rocky, so they may have obviously sand that's been carried and hit onto them and deposited onto them, but they're actually rocky before that, or the rocky bits are the static bits that the sand has collected on. So dunes actually have quite an interesting kind of formation pattern. Well, not very interesting, it's just very logical, and you will understand it once we walk down and we start discussing it, which is what we're going to start doing. So off we go on our little expedition down here at Misty Cliffs in Cape Town.
We're currently looking at a beautiful brown-hooded kingfisher. We at Twin Dam. We decided to stop here and listen to hear if we can hear any alarm call or any sign that there's a predator around, but it is very quiet. But I'm just going to stay quiet a little while and let you enjoy that beautiful kingfisher. Hopefully he will not fly away. Here it goes. Might caught something in the riverbed there, but we can't see it anymore. But you will see that in front of us. That's the river on the left, what you can see, and obviously in front of us there's Twin Dam. But it is quite quiet here. If I understood well on the radio, apparently there was a sighting of a leopard around here. I don't know if I think it was maybe this morning. But nobody knows where it's that leopard, so we just came to try to listen if there's any alarm call or any tracks. It's always a bit sad when you get to a dam and there's not much happening, but this is part of the game. I think from here we will try maybe to move to the eastern part of the property. Go check a bit Impala Plain, Zoe's Road, in that area. Obviously, the plan might change if we hear anything on the radio. But for now, I'll sit here and listen, and hopefully we'll get lucky.
So, everybody, we got him now up, so he's probably gonna look to climb that tree. Perhaps he's looking up there. It would be great for him to have that viewpoint so he can able to see around. He wouldn't prefer top of the tree much. If it does, then it's also fine, but with the grass is very nice and wet. Just playing harder for another vehicle because they're turning around hoping for him to climb that mound. And then he's saying no for now. So he actually showed his dewlap. There's a skin that is actually hanging on his throat there, so the dewlap. But it's also on the leopard indicate that he's not young anymore, so he's an old cat. So perhaps he's going to go back to the same spot, or he's going to climb that mound. But that was all about defecation, so he wouldn't defecate where he's lying down, because then it's going to be then stinky, you know that. So if I can get this time, so we can maybe reposition maybe slightly forward. So, Teresa, you're asking what is mean by the leopard going into nomadic? And that, in fact, let me just, I'm trying to position here. So that usually, when it happens to lions, to leopards, so that once they got to be independent, and then that's where they come in nomadic, and they have to move somewhere else, new area, as a male, and that's how they have to start their journey of territory, go to a place where they're not knowing, and they got to be new in that area. So everybody, I have repositioned myself here. In the meantime, so we got a Trishal in the ocean in Cape Town. So let's go over to her.
Live. I have not moved far at all because, of course, I saw a spider's web, and you know how much I love spiders. There's no spider in the web at the moment, but I'm hoping that one comes along. There is a little critter. It looks like a tiny little fly. I don't want to move to the other side to look at it because I might damage the web, but it seems to still be a little bit alive. Oh, I suppose things are either alive or not. It seems to be alive. That's the right words. Can you see that some of the movement seems to be like that of something alive, which is unfortunate, I guess, for this insect, because it's just gonna wait there until the spider comes along. Poor thing. I'm also just challenging Jason. Challenge all my cam-ups with spider webs, little things. If only there were bats that we could find tonight, then I'd challenge Jason with that too. Gotta love a bat. I'm just having a quick look on the sides to see if I can find the spider. Now, often when there's a web in an area like this, firstly, it's a great area, and this spider's web is sticky. You know that spiders can create different types of stickiness for their webs or for their silk, and this one's very sticky. I know this because I was trying to point out this little insect, this little fly or mosquito-y type looking thing, I think little fly, and then it blew onto my finger and then I couldn't get it out. So it's very sticky, and this spot is a great spot to build a web. If I were a spider, I'd choose a nice spot like this too, and that's because there's such dense vegetation around us. You saw it earlier, and it's close to the sand, so it's securing the dune. But where there isn't dense vegetation, that's where the air or the wind pushes through in little funnels. It is also a cause for erosion on sand dunes, and we may see some of that the further we walk. We've just literally moved a couple meters. But if I were an insect, especially if I was a spider who is constructing their web in the best possible position to collect insects, I'd construct it like this, because insects may be blown through right here and then hit my web. There's that dense vegetation. Well, we're going to keep on walking and see what else we can find, and wish all the best to this little fly.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. At the moment we are busy looking at some reeds, which is actually a species of grasses. For those of you that don't know, grasses are actually one of the most successful plant groups across the planet. And this specific grass species belongs to a genus which is known as Brachmites, which is the most commonly distributed grass species across the planet. What we also see with it normally grows up to several meters in height. And one of the things that they often use this for is for making shafts for arrows. When you have long pieces, what you can also do is you can hollow out the center pieces between the nodes, also dig open a piece of ground close by to a riverbed and throw a large amount of this leaf material in that hole, put the center of a shaft into that grass material and cover it up with soil. And then you'll have clean water that percolates in between the vegetation, and you can simply suck it out through that little straw that you created. It's also often used for making divides when it comes to making kraals and as well in homesteads. So one of the most practical uses for this is quite often on game reserves, so they will use them for water treatment. So where there's a water treatment plant, from the lodge water and will go through several processes, and it goes through the final process, it gets pumped into these reed beds, which will then assist in removing all the remainder of the impurities out of the water. And the water that passes through onto the opposite side is clean and can be pumped back into the ecosystem without contaminating the environment. There's not a lot of animals that specifically focus on eating the Brachmites or southern reed, but we normally find that elephants will feed on it in the drier parts of the season, and this is why it looks so dilapidated at the moment and has stunted so much in its growth.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more. Bookings open on Sunday the 22nd of August, straight after the Sunset Safari.
And I turned to Shaw and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Sean probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
So we are sitting here with our beautiful Tingana But now we can at least see him, even though the grass is still very tall where he is. But anyway, he's just lying facing away from us. But, he would every now and then trying to scat the flies that are also disturbing him. These flies, all the buffalo flies, they can actually bite painfully to any animal. So again, this sighting, we had a privilege to stay because then there was no one else interested for now. So that's why we're still here. But there's actually two of us. Another vehicle, that's what you can hear, the talking in the background. Just can see how he paints. It's just amazing of a cat, how they do that. Especially when they're full tummy, so their lungs, it's a little bit of a shift in terms of being not normal for that. They have to make sure they breathe very fast, able to make sure that their lungs works. Even though they're full stomach, you've seen lion do that. But it's also one of their way of a digestion is taking place. Now you can also clearly see this roseate spot of his. So not everywhere where there's a roseate spot, some of a dot, just a black dot in there. Especially across the neck in that face of his. And the spots. And that's why they're very well camouflaged when they're in the grasses. It's only important about that they're not actually visible a lot. So everybody, we're going to stay put while they have time here. Let's go across to Cedric, who's also got an animal.
Yes, welcome back with us. So we're looking at this giraffe walking away from us. It is quite funny this afternoon. Most of the animal we found decided to walk away from us. This one is going a bit far in. So the sad part is moving directly away from us. So I think what we will do now, we will continue a bit forward. Maybe there will be a bit more giraffe forward, never know. But sometimes you have luck like that. You spend time with them and they decide to leave. Obviously we can't control that. It's better to laugh about it and get upset, obviously. It is very nice to spend time with giraffes. This one was a male, a big male giraffe. But we will look around. There was a few more a bit on our right hand side, but a bit further down in the block as well. So maybe I will try to get on the fire break and see if we can find some more giraffes. Yeah, I think we might turn there. There's a road going on the fire break and drive slowly towards where we saw giraffes. A little bit in the block there. Yeah, maybe this one will be easier than the next one. Kendra, you're asking what is the giraffe population in Djuma. That will be very, very difficult for me to answer, unfortunately, the exact amount. but there's quite a few of them around. We see them quite often. Not every drive, but quite often, so there's quite a lot. But obviously, on Djuma, they come and go, so there's other properties around Djuma, so the giraffe are free to move between the properties. So I would not get a definite number for you, unfortunately, on that question. It's always nice to see lots of giraffe together, though. Very spectacular. Obviously, they are the tallest mammal, up to 5.5 meters, 6 meters at top, and the 6-meter one will be obviously the male. Okay, so we'll continue here. Hopefully we'll look at more giraffe. In the meantime, we'll send you to Tswalu with the dunes of Cape Town. Well, we are in the dunes. We're taking a bit of a walk, nice long stroll on the beach, Dune Beach. You often find dunes right next to beaches, in fact, most often. And that's because you need lots of wind for them to form. And like a bit of driftwood or some piece of vegetation that can collect that sand as it passes through with the wind. And then that's a whole build-up of sand starts, and then you get the dune. But here we have a few tracks. So if you can identify these tracks, I've got 2 for you. Use that hashtag WildEarth. Here's the first one I'd like you to identify. What do you think it is? This particular type of animal does use these areas quite often, especially in places like Cape Town. So that's hashtag WildEarth if you know that one. And I'll tell you what I am looking for, a track of a caracal. but I haven't seen one, a caracal or a track, although I must tell you, I saw a porcupine the other night. Yes, I did. How long in the bush? Never saw a porcupine. Come to Cape Town for 1 week, see a porcupine. Just saying. On my street. It was very cute. It was also very, very big. What about this track here? Oh, let's come further down, actually. Let's come further down. Right here. If you have already guessed and know that I'm just playing with you, it's a track of a dog, and there's also a human track. That was the one earlier. The only tracks that we're seeing around here at the moment, besides some bird tracks, I've also been hearing a bit of twittering around coming from one of these bushes. So I wanted to go and investigate, although I did see quite a number of them moving off. But I thought we could investigate just a little bit. Here's an interesting formation in these dunes. So if I stand like this, the sea is over this dune in front of me, parallel to this dune. That's how dunes form, right? Parallel to the ocean. And if you look to the left here where there's this gap, it may be very tempting to walk in this gap because, you know, gaps usually mean pathways. But this is as a result of wind moving through the gaps of vegetation. When wind moves through the gaps of vegetation in sand dunes, then it obviously can create a secondary dune. So we'd call this the primary dune. It's the one that's the largest dune formed closest to the ocean. This one, the wind carrying the sediment through, can form a secondary dune, which we can actually see behind us. Other way. That one. And that would all be a result of gaps in the vegetation that come from
from maybe people walking too much in one area, people trampling on vegetation. So it's very important that if you are going to walk on sand dunes, one, you don't walk in the crests, so you try your hardest not to walk in the crests, and that you don't trample vegetation. So we're going to try and go around the sand dune and get to the beach section and see what we find there.
So we're still here, still cloudy as you can see, everybody. It's not actually yet clear sky, but with the Tingana in this condition, that's why he won't be moving so much, because then he's happy with the weather, especially that he's actually sitting in the base of the termite mound. It's even warmer for him there with these all the tall grasses he's got around him. A lot of the birds, chin spot batters, they're all shouting about, but I cannot see why. Probably they've seen a leopard around here, all the birds, but he doesn't even bother looking at these birds. So he's checking out, it's probably all of the vehicles that are driving around here. Somebody's making space for the others. I'm just hoping that I don't have to get to move soon, because this is the beautiful scene with the Tingana. Now we can be able to see his face, his ears. Again. But this grass that is actually around it, it's just even building more of a camouflage, so he's chosen his spot to be, which is cool.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. At the moment we are looking at a number of interesting plants, and one of the plants that we have over here is known as the red spikethorn. Now there's two different species of spikethorn in this area, the common as well as the red spikethorn, and we can identify red spikethorn by the red tip to the young spines. Now these spines are actually modified little branches or mechanisms which protects the plant against potential browsing antelope species. Another strategy that this plant has is also to use a large amount of tannin. So if you ever have an upset stomach, you can actually chew these leaves and it will settle your stomach from further problems. Something that I also find particularly interesting is that these spines are quite often used for the purpose of stretching leather over drum bases, especially with the mature adult spines. They can be incredibly hard and they can easily go through your shoe. So quite often this plant is confused with a common spikethorn. I just would like to share some of the ID features that you can look for. The red tips to the spines, a slightly darker green leaf, not a bluish green colored leaf. And then when we look at the plant itself, it generally has smooth the bark surface compared to a common spikethorn that has a rough bark. And then we start noticing that there's also flowers that are starting to develop. Within a week or so, these will produce beautiful white flowers that has a very beautiful aroma to it, unlike that of a common spikethorn, which has got quite a pungent smell by which you can identify it. In Afrikaans, this plant is also known as a confetti spikethorn. And for those of you who are often at weddings, confetti is the white stuff that you throw over the bride and the groom. With a spike fawn, there's also a number of other uses for it, and one of the medicinal or cultural beliefs surrounding this is that you can actually use it for treating snake bite. So parts of a plant will be crushed and mixed with fat, as well as the skull of a snake. And they believe that specific species of snakes can be used with specific fat, and that will then be used for the treatment if a person has been bitten by a snake. My advice, however, would be go and see a doctor. We're going to move off and go and see what else we can go and find.
Good luck, JP. So we're still sitting here. Tingana seems to actually just lightly put his head up, but then again, down. But, you know, I should also mention that if you do get mobile here, this is when it's probably dark, or also when he wants to. Tingana is not actually in such a push to get around so much. If he could get his meal, full stomach, and then he would lie down, take it easy, go down to drink. He's not actually very much in push to get dominated around. But it reminded me of an area where he is at the moment. In one of the nights, we actually saw him in one of the trees. So he had impala there, slightly west of this position, where it was actually scary things. The lions got on top of the marula trees, and he was there. And it was so far for him to jump down. Eventually, so that lioness didn't do damage. It was an incredible thing to see how Tingana walk the same branches, and the lioness walk across to the kill, and then he was making his way very fast, you know, past that lioness to the other branches, that he was so lucky not to get killed on top of that tree. But perhaps also that lioness, she was so scared of falling off during that fight, so all she wanted was that kill. So as a leopard, you just have a beautiful eye. Look at this. They had come across so many of a challenge between themselves and the lions. They got to make sure they get around safely around these cats, and also company. Especially when they have big heels, it's so important. It has to be far up in a tree, out of reach for hyenas and then lions. Oops, so we get to see him move. Again, lay down. What a beautiful. So he do sometimes do something for us. He's not only just lying down forever. Watch and mate. You're saying Tingana, it's water animal, relaxing animal. He is very relaxing. You know, since I know yesterday he had a lot of a company where the hyena got underneath of that kill also. That timber, which he was the owner of that kill that Tingana has in that tree. But we didn't actually see him bother too much about the hyena, since he knew that they won't climb the tree. Also, timber won't get up into the tree while he's there. due to the age. Timber is still too young to compete to the fight, especially with such a male like this. So it's just cool to see how he was relaxed. Until today, we got him again. Actually, it's not actually far from where he was. It's about not even 100 yards, so he didn't move far from there. Nazarene, so you're asking how long do the leopards sleep for? Oops, looks like he just had you, Nazarene, when he asked that question. What in Ghana is not actually very much well sleepy, he just always stood up and check around a little bit. So leopards, they sleep less than the lions, roughly 16, probably hours, 16, 17 hours of a day when they don't want to move around too much. Could sometimes sleep up to 18 hours, depending on what that leopard do. So in Ghana, he can even have around 18 hours sometimes because he's not in a hurry to get anywhere around. And then that's pretty much the lions. They sleep much longer, slightly more than what the leopards can. So that's 16 hours a day of sleep. It's depending on the weather, depending on whether that leopard has eaten, not actually pushed by hunger to force that cat to be able to hunt. Because they get hungry. When they do get hungry, and they would move also on a daily basis. Even though it's a loss of their energy when they do that, but they still practice moving around a little bit to get to hunt. So we're gonna stay here, everybody.
We are slowly walking closer and closer to the ocean side of these dunes. But I thought, let's take a moment and just enjoy the beautiful scenery, the wonderful sounds, because that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sit down in the sand right here. There we go. And I'm going to enjoy the scenery too. Such a beautiful place. Oh, hi. See, I'm not lying. I am sitting in the sand too. Yeah, so let's take a moment. You should be able to hear the sound of the ocean in the background, just faintly, and it'll get louder as we approach. But for now, I'm just admiring how wonderful this dune field is here in the Misty Cliffs. I got some answers, by the way, to my question. Most of you said dog. It's well done. It was a dog. It's pretty much the only tracks, or the tracks we see most often here, of humans and dogs. Occasionally I get excited and think I saw tracks of a caracal, but that's just me being me and being very excited. But now the sun is making me sleepy, so I've got to get up and start moving towards the beach. Otherwise I will in fact fall asleep on the sand here, the wonderful white sand from which it gets its beautiful name, foot sand. No, the air is so nice. So this is the same area that I had a drink of water from last time, not too long ago, actually. There's a lot of little collections of water all around the place. And you may also notice that there's some dune rehabilitation structures in and around the area, but we won't focus on them there, in an attempt, obviously, to make sure that the dunes are protected, so it catches seeds and things like that would normally fly away, and if they fly away, they will not germinate. So what happens is that these little catch thingies catch the seeds and make sure that vegetation can grow on these dunes instead of the seeds being blown away. And they're also really good at catching sediment, of course. Anyway, let's go to our huge body of water. We're going to take a walk down to the ocean, and we're going to send you over to Pridelands, who are going to their own body of water.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. Unlike that large body of water that is quite permanent where Trish comes from, ours are decreasing. And over here we can notice how the water levels have started dropping over the last few months. The section where I'm standing now was roughly done 3 or 4 months ago when I actually watched the elephant busy wallowing over here. And as we mentioned, wallowing earlier on, as well as the use of rubbing posts, this is where the whole animal was busy lying down, just to get a sufficient amount of mud on it, but also to help it to cool down, but also afterwards to get rid of the parasites that's on the coat. What I also find fascinating is that we can still see the skin imprints over here on the mud where it was lying down some 3 or 4 months ago. Some of the other things that we have over here is a large number of footprints. There's one specific footprint that I did want to show you, the one right over here. And if we have a look over here, this one is much more oval compared to the front foot, which tends to be much more round, which would suggest this was a hind foot. I find the feet of elephant particularly fascinating, and I might have mentioned this on a few occasions already, but for the newcomers it might be very interesting, as when they do walk on mud, the bottom of the foot actually expands and creates a larger surface area, which enables them not to sink into the mud as easily. They also have another unique adaptation, is that the foot can actually become slightly smaller when they pull up, so that it makes it easier to pull the foot out of the mud and move forward. In general, the feet of elephants is quite fascinating for me. It's got quite a thick layer at the bottom, and what we would think is that the animal is actually walking on a flat foot, but it isn't. If you look at the inside structure of the foot actually comes at a 45-degree almost angle, and then there's a large layer of cartilage underneath the foot, which enables it to walk incredibly quiet. Another unique adaptation that it has is cells that are known as a pacinium operculus, which can detect low-frequency vibrations, which is not audible to the ear of an elephant, and thereby they can communicate over a far larger distance. Something interesting, if you actually would like to determine the shoulder height of the elephant, you can actually use the hind foot. And in the case of an elephant bull, you can take 5.8 times the length of a hind foot, and that will give you an approximate shoulder height. In the case of a cow, you can multiply that by 5.5, and that will give you the shoulder height of that cow. Just going to see if there's any other interesting tracks over here. However, it's incredibly dry. Sometimes there's still some old imprints of buffalo that came to drink here. And also quite often warthogs.
As we celebrate Women's Month in South Africa, we acknowledge and thank those women committed to conservation, working tirelessly both on the front lines and behind the scenes. The Endangered Wildlife Trust is proud of the women who dedicate their lives to fighting to save species, conserve habitats, and benefit people. Here's to strong women everywhere who are dedicated to protecting forever together.
We're here at the Advanced Rifle Handling Challenge, which is actually lots of challenges in one to gauge the contestants' skills at different distances and different speeds. This is probably the challenge that the contestants are the most nervous about. So let's get them locked and loaded. Competitors are now doing the Hales halt, where they have to run back and forth to a target, turn, take aim, and shoot. And this simulates a chase in a real environment and gets the heart pumping and the blood pressure up. James gave us a demonstration, and the skill involved in this exercise is remarkable.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, two to go.
I love being a cam op for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
So, welcome back with us. We're currently looking at a vulture, and it is sitting there on the tree very quietly. So it is a birding afternoon for us, unfortunately. It is very quiet on Djuma. So now we're currently on the eastern section of Djuma, so we're trying our luck on that side. Obviously, vultures can be very big, almost just under 3 meters of wingspan, and they can weigh up to 5.5 kilograms. Yeah, so I don't think there's anything on the ground here because there's only one vulture. So if you come on the tree like we saw this morning when we were with Tingana, there was one tree with a lot of vultures on it. A tree very similar to this one. Then you can know that there is maybe a kilo around. So yeah, so we were sitting here just looking at that vulture. I think we are currently on Mondadars Road now. I think we will continue on that road and see what we can find, but not a lot of reports on Djuma, very quiet. So yeah, hopefully it will change. Because today it is my last day, so it is my last drive for now at Djuma. So I would really like to find something interesting to end. but you're asking what tree is it this vulture is perched on. I'm going to check. It is a bit far, so I need to check in the bird nose. It looked like a dead nub fawn. So the nub fawn, it's a very hard wood tree. Not as hard as the leadwood, but often the elephant, they bark the tree, so this is why the tree dies. It looks like it's dead for a while now. But of course they are so very hard, so they will stand there for quite a long time. For example, the leadwood can stay up even dead for hundreds of years. Okay, so I think we're not going to waste too much more time with that vulture. I would like to continue driving and maybe try our luck somewhere else and hopefully find something. Okay, so while we start driving, I will send you to JP.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. We're watching a group of storks that are trying to come and land at the dam. We're going to slowly start moving a little bit away to give them a little bit of space that they can come in. For the moment, it's a little bit too far to actually notice what they are, but it seems to be yellow-billed stork, which also goes by the name of Nimasat in Afrikaans and in Dutch, which means never satisfied, because when you do watch them, they're constantly busy feeding. So quite often these guys are confused with herons in flight. But when you do look at a heron actually tucks its head in and storks fly with their head straight out. So quite a few of the species of stork that we have is actually migratory, and one of those that I quite like is a white stork. And they'll probably be arriving back in the next month or two. And these birds will breed in Europe. And then they will come to South Africa, where they will come and overwinter and use our long day length hours to supplement their feeding while it's incredibly cold. In winter, during the European winters, with a lack of food for them. We also find another group of birds that migrate within Africa, which is known as intra-Africa migrants. Unlike the European birds that don't breed in Southern Africa, these birds will breed in areas directly north or south of the equator. And quite often, most species have 2 breeding seasons within a single year, either north or south of the equator. A third type of migration that we also encounter in South Africa is known as altitudinal migrants, where the birds will come from the higher-lying central plateau to the low-lying regions of low-veld and coastal regions, where the temperatures are much warmer during the winter months compared to the interior, which can be icy cold.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more. Bookings open on Sunday the 22nd of August, straight after the Sunset Safari.
Oh, such a gorgeous, gorgeous place in Masai Mara. What a gorgeous place. What a perfect area to visit if you could in 2022. That's pretty much would be the best. Well, it's actually an area or part of the world that I haven't been to, which actually I'm dying to visit. with all of his migrations and all that. I've always seen it, but I haven't actually seen it right away through my eyes. It will be a perfect area to visit, everyone. So, and we are still sitting here with the Tingana, where really doesn't know anything about Masai Mara. He doesn't know anything about it anywhere else. He only knew the area where he grew and anywhere where he was born. Just like me. So if there is anything that may surprise him due to these antelope species ran across here or he spot them, he would react to that. He would probably looking to hunt. Even we see his tummy well expand, but the only reason they do that, killing every now and again when it's possible, is that they don't know when is the next chance again. So they are so opportunistic, cats, the leopard. So when he pants like that, or if it's no wind, you possibly even hear it. Just gonna try and take these little bit of a moment here, see if maybe we can hear him pant. So everybody, we're going to take another time here since it's only us. I know there's a lot of a car coming in, but for now, let's send you across to Cedric, who is going to come across some of the ellies out there.
Yeah, so we bump into those elephant, which is very nice because it was very quiet for us. It is amazing how much time we have spent with Tingana actually, between Andrew and myself, since yesterday. 4 drive and 4 time Tingana. That's very nice. Yeah, but look like the theme today for us is that animal walking away. Same as the giraffe. Those elephants are moving. There's a few of them around. We are almost at the same spot where we saw the 2 young bulls this morning. It was a nice sighting, pushing each other. So it was very nice. I'm just checking around if there's not another elephant which is a little bit in a better position for us to see. But it looks like it's a small herd and they are very scattered around. There was some at the back that did cross on our left, quite in the far distance, but maybe I should just relocate, reposition quickly and see. There's quite of a young one in the open there. There's the mother. There we go. Yes, that's a bit better. So they are very thick skin, up to 4 centimeters in some areas. Obviously that will help when they walk through the branches, through the bushes. Obviously, the legs and the forehead have a very thick skin. Some area the skin will be a bit thinner, such as the ears. I think the skin is the finest on the ears. It's been a week. I did just under a week at Djuma, and there was a lot of elephant almost every day. So nice to see so many elephants. You will see they will use their legs and foot sometimes to pick up, to move the grass. Actually, they will hold the grass in the trunk and then kick the grass to break the grass. It is quite nice to see when they do that. So this little one was just playing with his foot there, so it made me to tell you about that. And obviously they're going in that direction. Okay, so we'll see if we can get a better position. In the meantime, we'll send you to Cape Town.
We have managed to make our way through most of the dune field, and we now have the ocean opening up beyond, which is lovely, really nice. And actually these little kind of dunes here, can you see that there's a couple little dunes quite high? Those are called incipient dunes. So they're not neither a primary dune nor a secondary dune. They're a result of something collecting sand there in that particular area, but it doesn't really grow. It can sometimes be absorbed into the primary dune or into the secondary dune, but you'll often see them as quite like high little bits. And it makes sense because usually they're in front of all the other dunes. But we said that there's the primary dune there, so what is this little thing here? So dunes are all about the movement of wind, right? So if we look through here towards the sea, there's a great big gap for the wind to come through. So there's no primary dune there. That means that any little bit of driftwood or maybe even a collection of shells, anything that can stop the sediment as it moves, the sand as it moves, will allow a collection and then a little heap, and then it grows and more builds on it and builds on it. But because it's in this kind of like a doorway or where draft can come in, because of that, there's no primary dune protecting it. You'll probably see many incipient dunes, these smaller ones, getting built up and broken down by the wind and built up and broken down. If we look just off, there's a shorter one. That shorter one there looks like it at one point was built up and now it has broken down. When you start to look at dunes in this way, I mean, it's not the most biodiverse place. I can definitely vouch for that. But the processes involved in creating this environment are really, really interesting, all the aeolian processes. And it really, truly shapes the environment because all the particles are pretty much loose, so there's so much movement, and I really like that. Anyway, speaking of movement, I'm going to move towards the beach.
Oh, nice, but Tishala is going to the beach. So as we are looking at those elephants still, there's a young one there in the distance. It is quite cute, he was feeding earlier. I'm just going to stay a little bit quiet and just enjoy the sighting. as you can see, they are all around us, but they're quite mobile. They don't stay in the same spot for too long, and then they start moving again. Elephants are amazing. And it's always entertaining. I think one part of it is because they have a trunk, so they're always using the trunk to do something. So they are in constant motion, if I may say. Look at this one, got a, a stick stuck between the tusk and the trunk. Like carrying that around. Look at that, that's quite cool. It doesn't seem to bother at all. And move behind the bushes then, fortunately. Maybe we go back on the small one at the back there. Very nice, always nice to spend time with elephants.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. We were just enjoying that last little bit of sun before it disappeared behind the cloud. Also provided a really beautiful sunset for this evening. With the cold weather that we were experiencing over this today and the cloud cover, it unfortunately makes us lose the sun so much quicker. Let's just stand here for a short while and maybe it will pop out underneath the cloud. Let's just enjoy the scenery and the sounds that nature has to offer. Good afternoon, nature lover, and welcome to the show. Yes, it is absolutely stunning, and I just love that little golden reflection on the water at the moment. And it's also incredibly beautiful how clouds can actually at times enhance a sunset. Though we normally think of a perfect sunset as a big round red ball in the sky, this also creates a number of different colors. And as most of you know, I do love sunrises and sunsets, and they're magical moments, and they're the favorite parts of my whole day, especially in the morning when it's a sunrise accompanied by a steaming hot mug of coffee. We're going to move off and go and see what else we can find on our way back towards the vehicle. In the meanwhile, let's go and see what Tswalu is up to on the beach.
We obviously made it to the beach portion of this area, and we saw a pair of oyster catchers doing their thing. How very cute they are. This is the African black oyster catcher, very distinctive black body, nice bright red legs, eye ring, as well as beak. So normally you'll see them around rocks, and you can see that this shore is pretty sandy, quite flat. Around rocks, they're often after limpets and mussels, sometimes even worms, polychaete worms, crustaceans as well. But I think that here on this sandy patch, where there aren't limpets, no space for limpets to attach to, anything like that, I think that they're actually looking for maybe little crabs, little crustaceans. Little crustaceans that bury into the sand. Even little snails that bury into the sand. So remember, these guys are near threatened. Some areas they're endangered, so there's extensive conservation work going into making sure that their population does well in this area. And it's as a result of very much conservation work that their numbers have moved away from being fully classified as endangered and rather just near threatened. Aren't they just wonderful to watch? Wonderful to watch and hear the sound of this ocean. So I'm going to give you a few moments to do that while I take a seat in the sand in a ring of kelp. Oh, I think that they are too cute moving about like that. You can see how that long beak is very useful. It's not long and pointed as such. It's more like long and slightly flattened. Maybe not flattened, but it doesn't end like, say, an African hoopoe whose long beak is quite skinny and tweezer-like. It's a little bulkier than that. And what it does is, obviously, it's great for grabbing hold of little crustaceans that you would get in the sand, also little snails. It's also great for knocking limpets off rocks, and that's their modus operandi, which is to surprise attack the limpets, because limpets, in fact, it's tough to get them off rocks, and that's because all their teeth hold on very hard or very powerfully onto the rocks once they know they've been disturbed. If they don't know they've been disturbed, you can dislodge one quite easily if you surprise them, and that's what these guys do. It's very entertaining to watch, and you feel very sad and sorry for the limpets. Anyway, that was a lovely find. I'm going to send you over to Andrew now. He's still with Tingana.
So, we're still sitting here. Tingana hasn't actually done much. So as you can see, he's very static. Lay down, perfectly down. All he needs is a pillow, which is, it's a grass, just a piece of grass, not much on his head. Perhaps he'll stick around for another day around here. Who knows who it could be tomorrow? It could be anywhere. Back to Djuma or Torchwood. Maybe head west by these directions. Then he will be actually going across a few of these property. Hoffman and a little Gari if he does that. It'll probably take him maybe for a while. Philemon, so you're asking if Tingana would happen that he's waking up, what the top speed would be, mean that maybe when he's running. So a leopard, they can top up speed about 75 kilometers an hour, possibly 80 kilometers an hour, but for short distance. And that's when they're actually making sure that they're aiming on a target they need for that short wild distance, or getting to reach the tree immediately when they're chased by either hyena or lions. So a leopard and a lion, it can be slightly similar top speed, but sure, somebody can cut down in that run, depending on, just like human. Some are faster, some are not. Just like me, I cannot run faster. And then, so that speed of 70 up to 80 kilometers an hour, they can maintain that for probably roughly 100 meters or past 100 meters. Then, of course, they're exhausted from there. They got to slow down if they don't climb trees or get what they need. If then it's all about chase, prey species, they got to give up after 100 yards, and then of course they would give up. But yeah. So everybody will be leaving Tingana. Seems to be won't going to go anywhere, and then we're going to leave him for now. We'll get an update about him every now and then, wherever we'll be working.
Calling all WildEarth explorers, we have a new and frankly awesome travel prize for you to win. andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve encompasses an impressive 28,000 hectares of protected wildlife land in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. As you have seen on WildEarth, andBeyond Phinda showcases one of the continent's finest game viewing experiences, and is well known for close-up sightings of the elegant yet elusive cheetah, as well as the rare black rhino. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 16th of September, and you and a friend could be heading to the magnificent Phinda Mountain Lodge, where you will spend 3 nights escaping the real world at this ultimate safari location. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
We got there, he had probably moved a couple of 100 meters down the river and was about 10 meters from this causeway. So I radioed the lodge quickly and just asked them to bring a land cruiser around and some tow straps. So we thought we were going to try be heroes and save this giraffe. And now a big bull, probably over a ton, he's a big unit. Got the tow strap one side of the giraffe and managed to get it around him with the boat, and the other edge of the tow strap obviously back onto the bank. So we made this U around him because he was lying quite close to the bank. And yeah, we put that land cruiser in low range and we just gave it hell and pulled that giraffe, and the tow strap slipped up and we thought, oh no, it's going to slip off the top of the head, and it caught on his ossicones at the top. And that last 10 meters pulled him out onto the bank, and he battled. He was obviously quite weak and all that.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So we have left Ngana lying there flat. So since we're going to get more update about him, what he's up to, and then of course, so my plane now, there was a some lions here, sighting going on, where I haven't yet communicated to the guys because then I was in that sighting. But I'm going to get to the radio and then I'm going to find out where they are. I would love to see Talamati, the Pride, and also to see how many of them there. Because we missed them last night when they walk across Djuma to this area. So that would be my plan. And then if it happens we stay there with them, we would love to stay with them. But you never know, this area, it's quite a lot of responding vehicles, and then we always, in the end, we have to make space for the other vehicles to come in, maybe follow on a line-up again, so we'll see when we get there. And it's actually been great to spend time with the Tingana since he was just lying there. What I can tell you for sure, leopards, depending on what they do, having a good sighting of them, is that they maybe had a kill, spending time in some place. And what we've seen back there, Tingana was not actually lazy today, so we saw him stood up a few times, in fact. So he's been done great there for us. Which I think he may maybe stood up again, finally get to move around about. But he won't be so, sort of communication, things like that. He will be just going to be quiet, moving in and out of this area. The last update about these Talamati seems to be that they're going to move north. So everybody, you can ask any question you want to know while we still looking around, getting to that lines if they're still in the area where we can respond to them, because so many boundaries here. So it happens maybe they just cross to somebody else. So we're also enjoying a lot of a question from you viewers. So yes, so Kimberly, nice to hear from you. So you're asking with the lions would be active in this type of weather like this, cloudy. They would be active, love so much to be active in a weather like this, especially when they're hungry. When you look at this cloudy day, and then probably receive some drizzling maybe later on, and they would have been loving more so much moving in that drizzling where a lot of the prey species are so confused with the weather like that because they cannot hear. It makes them run around. Might happen maybe the wind will pick up and they're even more concerned, these prey species, because that's where they're killed so much by lions and leopards and various carnivorous species. But Talamati for sure. Greg, you asking when last did I see Kuhuma? So, not all of them. This is when day before, even yesterday, we had in Kuhuma, part of the Kuhuma, which they were actually in one of the boundary where it happens, they were actually crossing to that Twin Dam area to have a drink there, and they walked right in the middle of the elephants, which we were so happy to see them. But the rest of them I haven't seen them now recently. There's actually a couple of months when they had a buffalo down in the eastern side of this property we had. So I was able to see at least was about 9 of them there. That's seen a whole number of them. It's been a while, but yesterday we get to spend time with them. So in this situation where the Talamate have found themselves into this area, one going to actually cause a lot of a conflict between the two pride. They would avoid one another, do overlap their territory, especially females, because remember the duck men is part of their males that are actually dominating the Nkuhuma. So everybody, I'm going to carry on. In the meantime, let's go over to Cedric to tell everybody what he's planning for the rest of the drive.
Yeah, so we're currently driving on Utila access. Talking about lions, I didn't got a lot of lion sighting this time for that week. However, it was nice to see dark men. I think it was on my first day. We saw him on 3 different locations in one day, so that was very nice. Yesterday I did got a little look of the Talamatis, but we were in an area where the signal was very bad, so that was unfortunate. But as you know, we coming live from the bush, so sometimes it can get a bit tricky. So I think what we're going to do now, maybe check Galagopan and make our way to Gari Dam. Or maybe I think I will do the opposite, drive quarantine and go to Gari Dam, see if there's anything there. Apparently when we were a bit far away there was some report of elephants at the dam, so maybe it's good to go check. Also, we did check earlier but we didn't see anything. We did Rebecca's Road, but we will check quarantine as well. Are you asking what soil type is the most ideal for tracking? Yeah, well, it's not really the soil type, it will be the consistency, if I may say. Where we're driving now, when the sand is very fine, it is better. Obviously, if the road is a bit harder, with not a lot of sand, it will make it a little bit more difficult because you will not really see the tracks. So, for example, on Vuyutila access, the sand is very soft, so it is easier to see the tracks and to follow the tracks, obviously, because sometimes you're driving, following the tracks, and then you come into an area which is a bit harder, then you will struggle to see the tracks compared to when you're driving on a soft sand area, if that makes sense. I hope it did. Yeah, so I was saying I was also going to check quarantine because there was reports of alarm call earlier there. We did check around Rebecca's Road, which is very close to quarantine, but we didn't see anything, so maybe it is worth to check. Lots of driving today, unfortunately. This morning was a bit better for us. Now we are searching quite a lot, but that does happen. There is a few reports of leopards on Beffelshuk, but on Djuma it's very quiet. Les, you're saying we don't see cheetah on Djuma. Where are they? On my side I never saw a cheetah on Djuma, but yet again I've not been here for a long time. But I know that Lauren got a sighting of cheetah on Chitwa, so they are sometime around, obviously. Talking about cheetahs, this would be the perfect area for the cheetah. It is nice and open at quarantine, but yeah, me, I never saw a cheetah here. So obviously there's not a lot of cheetahs, you know, the numbers is very low. For example, in the Kruger National Park, which is like 2 million hectares, there is under 200 cheetahs, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe just over 200 now. So if you compare that to the number of leopard, it is much, much smaller. There are much more leopards around. So obviously it will make it a little bit more difficult to see them. And they do like open areas like quarantine, but they tend to stay in an area where there's lots of open areas. The reason for that is that because they run very fast, they need to have a big area to hunt. They can't really run fast through the bushes. They might injure themselves, and that's not worth it, obviously. I would love to see a cheetah, actually. That would be good. My best sighting of cheetah was in the Waterberg area, which is in another part of South Africa, where we saw one cheetah kill an impala in front of us. That was really, really nice. And it's incredible how fast they run. Really incredible. Also, what is interesting to look at with the cheetahs is when they run, how they use their tail to guide them for the balance. It is quite special to see. Okay, so we're almost at the dam. We'll check if there's anything there. In the meantime, we'll send you to Andrew.
Yes, we got a beautiful antelope here, which you can see in Nyalas. That's what they look like. Difference between a male and a female, where females bright, slightly yellow, and then it's band stripe. But what makes even so beautiful as a female Nyala, the male is always dark. Just saw him there. He's still actually checking the status on these females, so that's what he does. He would spend time with the females sometimes move away from them. It's just so beautiful antelope, seeing them move like this in a group. So females that are called iwi. So you can call them females, but are iwi, Nyala. Philemon, you're asking their lifespan on the Nyala. So, well, they, in a wild, of course, can be very short sometimes. They can live anything roughly up to 9, maybe past that, up to probably 10, 12, depending on their survival. But in the captivity, they can at least reach up to probably above 18 upwards. So many challenges animals in the wild will come across. But due to the leopard, in fact, that December, the young leopard, a week ago was seen feeding on one of these female Nyala on the far eastern side of Asia. So they get actually hunted quite a lot. Diseases also can be threats to the animals in the wild. And that's why many of them won't make it up too far, many years. And the gestation period, about 7 months, 8 months, give birth to one young one at a time. And they're meant to be in the very thick like this. So with the winter that affects, it's quite open, but then they're meant to be in the very thick.
The dam, Gary Dam, but it is very quiet. So those elephant that was there already left. So I think now we will soon take out the spotlight, look for some eyes shining, reflecting actually the light, and hopefully find something. It's like a little bird, very not happy there, but I think maybe it might be just got a fright. So this road, I like to do this road, it's just a little bit bumpy, so I apologize if the camera move a bit. Me and BK generally when we drive this road we laugh quite a lot because it's quite bouncy. But it's all part of the game, and obviously we are in the bush. So today I've been quite quiet on Djuma except for elephant in general. So we never know, maybe some predators like leopards was in the blocks and now we will start walking on the road. But I chatted to Andrew earlier and said to me he didn't even see a lot of leopard track on the property, so I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, but we're still looking around. I will do my best to find something on my last almost hour. I think there's a bit less than an hour left, but we'll try my best to find something. So let's continue there to the Buffalo Shook cut line.
If you saw what I saw, oh, there it goes running. It's a little plover. It looks like a plover. I told you guys I can't find my binoculars. They were with me a couple days ago and now they're not. But it was a tiny little bird, and a plover. Looked like a plover at least. I'm not sure which one. But that was pretty cool. Actually, Jason, I still see it. It's running across there. It's in line with me running down. Nope. And it's gone. Oh well, we missed our little bird, but I'm sure that you won't want to miss going on an expedition to the Mara. It sounds so exciting.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more. Bookings open on Sunday the 22nd of August, straight after the Sunset Safari.
So we are mobile. Now we see that I got my spotlight on, searching around, only to find these animals' cats. That's what you will be looking for. Sun has already gone down. Dark, it's going to be beautiful dark. That is going to take place soon. So I found out about the lines that they have actually crossed to the other side. But if they actually cross
I'm sorry about that, guys, but at least we managed to find the bird again. Of course, I was saying to the bird, oh, there you are now that we're not on air, and then you managed to get to us. But I'm sure you'll get Djuma or Pridelands, whichever feed you were at. I'm sure we'll get them back in no time. Haha. I'm not sure if you saw that, but an Egyptian goose just flew past too. Of course, there'd have to be an Egyptian goose. Whenever can they be left out? Never. Anyway, let's turn our attention round to the sea, just because I can see a couple kelp gulls flying around. And if we look further off here, to the edges, you can see the Egyptian geese, and they're going to come through now. There we go. Of course. Oh, we've actually been seeing quite a few birds around the area, but it's a bit difficult, obviously, like I explained, for me to ID them. But I did see a malachite sunbird, which was really, really nice. And I'm hoping that we'll get to see them again, because they're kind of in the forest area that's behind us at the moment. Interesting to see. Oh, I thought that this might be bits of kelp, but it's not. So we're going to... Oh, isn't that lovely? Here's another challenge for Jason. The moon, the glorious moon. I'm not mean, although I must say I'm circling behind him. But it really is beautiful. There's nothing like I've never experienced this breadth of scenery before. Everywhere you go, it's just beautiful here in Cape Town. In fact, I mean, not that I'm excluding any other countries, but I must say the only other place I could say I was taken away as much by the scenery, the sheer shape of the place, was Oahu, Hawaii. So there you go. Cape Town for me is as good as Hawaii. So it's still light here, but the sun is setting, so we're going to send you over to Djuma, where I'm sure they're in the dark and in IR.
Yes, so a little update on our side. So we turned around now. There's Shidulu coming from Little Gary, might cross into Djuma. We are quite far away, but we decided anyway to turn around and go check in that area. I'm not sure if Andrew is closer as well to that area, so we might both look in that area. So it would be nice. I never saw Shidulu, so now we have to do a bumpy road again. Nazrin, if I got the question correctly, are you asking if there's any snakes in the Sabi sands? Have I ever seen? Because obviously there's snakes. Yes, there are a lot of type of snake. I saw a few puff adders. I never saw a black mamba here, but not far from here where I live I did see a black mamba. But yeah, so mainly puff adders. Yesterday actually when we were driving we did saw a few trucks of puff adders crossing the road. I think yesterday it was very more warm, so the snake was quite active. Yeah, but mainly puff adders I saw. And yeah, it's quite pretty to see a puff adder. I am myself not a big fan of snake, but some of them I must say are very pretty. I don't know if you saw a puff adder before, but the pattern on the snake itself is beautiful with the colors. Yeah, so this is for the Sabi sand where I live. It's not too far from here. And there are also different species such as the Mozambican spitting cobra, also black mamba, some western yellow-bellied sand snake, and a few different species. When you live in the bush, you always have to be careful a bit with snakes. Obviously, if you're not experienced, you should never try to remove them from a house, for example. Always let someone else do it who knows what they do. Because most of the people getting bitten, it's when they try to move a snake away, or so you always have to be careful. Yeah, so let's continue. Hopefully we'll have enough time to make our way there. And let's send you to Andrew and listen to his stories with snake in the Sabi sands.
Yeah. So everybody, we're back. So we're still bumbling around. So nice story there with the Cedric with the snakes. So since I've been in sands, I've seen a lot of snakes. And then these black mambas, one of these deadless snake around here, it happens we were watching brown snake eagle. In fact, in the far east of this area where we're driving at the moment, we're on Garimane, just off Chitwa there. So that brown snake eagle, as we know, they specialize with the snakes and all the lizards and things. And then all of a sudden it flew down. And then what happened was a mamba, not a fully grown, but just above a meter long. And then, so it was actually a fight there, snake fight back, Of course, these eagles, they have a technique of how to deal with the venomous snakes, which they all have to deal with the head first. And then, so the eagle was get tightened up by this snake, so eventually the snake was probably dead, but the eagle wasn't able to move at all. So we get close enough because we thought maybe that eagle get bitten by that snake. So everybody, we're gonna have to send you across to Cedric, who has found animals.
Yeah, so first of all we had to put the camera on infrared. As you can see, it's getting dark here. So we were driving next to Gary Dam and we found that hyena. I am not sure which one it is because I can't really see. It is a bit far. So if any of you knows who it is, please let me know. I think the only one I would be able to recognize is Ribbon because of a ear. One of his ears have a little dent in it, but now it is quite far. It is a bit difficult for me to see. Yeah, so I don't think we'll have enough time anyway to get to that leopard sighting, and I'm not sure if it's still coming to Djuma. So I would like to maybe use that opportunity to stay around here and look at this hyena. Obviously, if it decides to move, we will move on as well. Looked like to be quite stationary there for a while and just looking around. Okay, so around here earlier there was some alarm calls, well, very close to here, and they saw some leopard tracks. So maybe this hyena was following that leopard as well, but I don't think there was any visual of that leopard. Maybe it's one of the skittish one. But doesn't really like the vehicles. Like I think Molwati is quite skittish. But I'm I'm quite happy I found at least one predator this afternoon. This morning was obviously a better visual with the predator we got in Ghana. Okay, so we'll stick around here and see what this hyena is doing. Hopefully there will be a bit of action.
RSA has a long history, over 90 years, of being involved and even pioneering aspects of the conservation sector in South Africa. Over that long history, we have realized that all of the issues that we are facing both locally and globally are due to human impact. Therefore, we need to concentrate on working with people, and that is what WESA does. What makes me passionate about the work that we do at WESA, and in particular the work that I engage in, is actually connecting with people. Currently the work that I'm working on is working with youth in a skills development program, and just to meet the youth and to hear their stories and to bring them opportunities that we hope will have some impact on their lives really fuels me to get up every morning. A huge shout out to the women that I work with, as well as to all the women that are contributing hugely within the environmental sector, both in South Africa and in the world.
Our competitors are in the room behind me right now for the birding challenge, where they have to look at pictures and identify the birds and then separately listen to bird calls and identify them. But it's not easy. This is going to be the toughest one. Here we have the previous year's winners. You can see they're trying to see if they can remember all the answers, and look at them taking a sneak peek.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Look at this. It is a mushroom, everyone. And it's just growing in the sandy area at the
Everybody, having me back. Sorry about that. I very much apologize for all the technical issues, perhaps due to the weather or things happening when in the bush. So you still have me, but I've been stationary here, just listening to the sound since there was nothing that I can hear. So we would shortly gonna head off, but we're in an area where also signal can be very poor when you go down. As you can see, when you look right straight ahead of us, we're going to be driving upwards. And this is perhaps when you get up to the top, we're going to get very much of a signal. So everybody, I'm going to be sending you across to Cedric, who he still has his mobile hyena.
Yeah, so this hyena is running away from us. So it was running towards the lodge there. Fortunately, I can't go there. But I think what we can do, it was looking in that direction. Maybe we can go on quarantine and see if there's anything there. It's like most of the animal is in the mood to go hide. Well, face away from us and start running. Yeah, he sat down at one stage, and then suddenly stood up and started running in that direction. So I'm going to drive around there and check. We did heard hyenas calling in the distance as well. What an afternoon, and lots of driving. And as soon as we found animals, we like turn their back to us and walk away. Yeah, so I think what I'm going to do, just try to see if we can find that hyena again. Otherwise I will maybe go check Zoe's road again and drive around that section. The thing is that where this hyena was running, it's very close to the lodge, so I'm not really supposed to go there, so I don't want to do that. But we will definitely check around. It did make me laugh a bit actually. Every time we were finding something, it just turned around and start walking. One of those days, huh? It was the same with the African area hawk who started flying. And the eye hawk started flying when we were looking at it. Okay, we'll continue and hopefully find something else. Some nocturnal animals, hopefully. In the meantime, we'll send you to Trushala.
Cedric, you should look for some mushrooms. They don't disappear as quickly. No, obviously, Cedric. Hi, Cedric. You should be looking for those wonderful animals. Here we've got quite a large mushroom and a few of them just growing in the beach here. Seems out of place. Perhaps some spores just managed to make their way and land here. But it does give me great room to answer Leopard Lover's question. Leopard Lover would like to know if I could tell you something about marine fungi. I can tell you that I don't know much about marine fungi, but that they certainly do exist. You get marine fungi in pretty much most environments, and sometimes they can be pathogenic, sometimes they can be commensals, and most often so far the one I've seen is probably the orange rust-like lichen that we get along the high tide mark, or just above the high tide mark in the spray zone on the intertidal zone. But they're firstly, they're not a group. It's just a description of fungi that live in the oceans. There's nothing taxonomic. They're not a taxonomic group, and they're very difficult to culture. So not very much is known about them. But Leopard Lover, maybe I go home and do a little bit of research, you know. I had another question from Justin. Justin, you want to know what time does the high tide come in? Well, the tide is actually going out at the moment. I think it's going to go out, the peak of low tide is going to be about 7:30. So high tide will probably be around 2 a.m. or 1:30, 2 a.m. So I don't have my mushroom book with me, so all you mushroom people, mushroom fans, are going to have to help me ID this. I'm just going to get a little bit closer so that I can give you an idea of size. This is my hand. So it's pretty large. I wouldn't be able to close my hand around this mushroom. There's obvious scales at the top. Also very interesting is there are a collection of dead mushrooms around it. I didn't actually notice this at first, but these are in fact little dead mushrooms. So one of two things could have happened here. One, that only a few of these mushrooms were successful, or two, this is not the first mushroom to arrive at this patch. and that it killed off these other mushrooms in order to survive. Ooh, quickly, I'm going to send you over to somebody in Djuma.
So everybody, we got a glimpse of leopard. To me, it's a long visual distance. I know there's a lot of debate here. Thereon say it's a female, but let's find out. And then it's actually, we are now or the south of Treehouse Dam on the Garamen. So I'm gonna use my spotlight so I don't lose that leopard. Still there. Isn't that great? I was happy. Actually, it's been a while since I actually spotted my own leopard. Yeah, we're gonna just stop here. To me. Let's stop here. So we got him there. Still moving into that area. Oops. Can't tell 100%. We're actually using infrared in a way, but we're gonna keep up with this cat. So everybody, we're going to keep up with the cat, which we haven't identified yet.
Yeah, so we left quarantine, we decided to come check Kalagopan. Never know, maybe something will come and drink here. Would be interesting to know which leopard Andrew find. I'm not sure if it would be the same leopard that they were looking, but I'm glad he found another leopard. It's always nice to have two leopards on a drive. And we're arriving at Kalagopan, which is very quiet. Okay, so apparently there are two hyenas now at the dam, so I think we'll continue on this road and go back to the dam. It will take us a little while to get there because this road is a little bit bumpy. But hopefully when we get there, they are still there. It's amazing, we leave area, then they move again there. You have to have a lot of patience. This road is quite thick, so you have to look very carefully. I mean, it's thick. Apparently there's now 3 hyenas at the dam. I should have stayed there, but we got tricked by this other hyena and we started following it. And I have a hyena in front of me. There we go. So there we go. Looks like there's plenty of hyenas around. Very nice. In the middle of a road.
So everybody, we still got our cat, the leopard, which was wrong. Looks like a female, but not sure which one is this one. spots a hyena in away distances. That's why she stopped and looked back there. She's highly on a scent, Mark. So I'm gonna keep up with her. Linda, you're commenting that finally is a leopard. Yeah, finally it's a leopard in Djuma. And then of course this morning was not leopard in Djuma. Perhaps it was, but then we didn't find. But it was actually very good timing to drive. And then even then I was trying to use my little bit of a sense of hearing when I stopped listening. I wouldn't pick up any audio of a leopard around here, but it's so cool to actually have it. I saw her a lot of times. She's actually scent marking. She's pretty much on the activation of their territory. So everybody, we're going to try stick with this female. And then in the meantime, let's go across to Cedric with his mobile hyena.
Yeah, so we bumped into a hyena in the road and we were following it. It just crossed into the block, but apparently there's more hyenas at the dam as well. So I did lose it now, but it's currently going to the dam because we could hear hyenas calling there. Unfortunately, we are not on the best road to follow any highly mobile animal because it is a bit bouncy. But I think what we will do now, let's drive towards the dam, because the hyenas at the dam was calling, and this one we saw near Galagopan now started running in that direction. So I apologize for that, it's very bouncy. I would like to apologize to Biki as well, who's sitting at the back and holding on. But yeah, this one just... There's some hyenas on the road there, I think it's the same one we were following. There we go. So this is the one we're currently following, going towards the dam. Not sure where he went now. Maybe he did go, but let's go see, let's continue and see what's happening at the dam. We were thinking that there might be a leopard around, with all the hyenas around here. But I am not really sure where. I really hope those hyenas also will still be at the dam. When you drive at night with a spotlight and you follow animals who's moving fast, it is a bit difficult. Okay, so I think let's go try to find out what's going on and what we can see. Hopefully we'll be able to find some more hyenas.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more. Bookings open on Sunday the 22nd of August, straight after the Sunset Safari.
And for me, the best part about being a guide is being able to live out in in Africa's wild places and being able to share that with people. Of all the challenges, for me, the one that I'm probably the most comfortable with is the game drive. I think that's what I do most days, so that would probably be what I feel like I'd do the best at.
Almost like someone's put little Lego blocks up there and made this perfect little sort of statue, and there's another one further along as we drive.
One of the challenges I'm the most nervous about would probably be shooting. I think on the day there's always quite a bit of pressure and intimidation, always associated with it, but I guess we'll see how it goes. I hope I'll win this competition, but if I don't, it's still been an experience of a lifetime, and I've learned a lot and met a lot of really, really cool people.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Yeah, so it is not easy at the moment. We've been driving around everywhere, and it's like we had to go up and down the dam wall because we were going in one direction, turn around, came back here. But it's quite nice that we ending the drive with those hyenas. Hopefully they will stay there for a while. Philemon, you're asking how big a hyena be at birth. Very small. They are actually very small, and even the female, when they moved, the young, they carry them in the mouth. I'm just going to switch off my lights quickly, make a bit of shadows. So they carry them in the mouth, so they are very, very tiny. Such a lion as well. Oh, I did this. It's quite dark where we are now, so I'm trying to look. Like obviously they're looking in one direction there. But I'm not sure what we're going to do now. It would be nice if we can go drink. I don't know if you can hear, but there's also the water thickney calling at the dam. It is very nice. It would be very nice if we... I don't know if you can hear that. Maybe let me go a bit forward. Because we're a bit far now and it's getting difficult to see. Obviously I don't want to disturb them too much with the lights. They might just like... Not sure where they're going, but they're making me move a lot. So we've been coming from the other side of the dam and now we're going to where we came from. Okay, let's continue and see what they are up to. So, we have nice clans of hyena, a very nice clan of hyena in Djuma, but in the Masai Mara, in the Mara, we have even bigger clans.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more. Bookings open on Sunday the 22nd of August, straight after the Sunset Safari.
Yeah, so these hyenas moved again. I'm trying to see now, but looks like we went a bit in the thicket. It was not really easy to follow them. I'm just going to check around there. Oh. Yeah, look like we're moving there in the distance into that block. So what? So I think we're going to send you to Andrew now. I'm not sure if I got it correctly, to see how his leopard search is going, and we will try on our side to get those hyenas again.
So Cedric, my leopard search there, she went and disappeared. So since she off that road, and then all we seen was a tail, and then we reached that mound where we last saw that tail flip, and then of course it was this thicket. So I didn't want to actually push too much. We know for sure she would be actually on her own thing. You know, leopards on the scent mark, they're going to carry on along their trail where they always go. You can go places you cannot go. But I was so happy that she was on the road. You know, we believe if she would probably stick around for a while, perhaps this is when she kills something. And then she'll probably stick around. And then she'll be more likely to maybe return back to the west. That's where she's going. Dulu's always come to Djuma a little bit, because the speed of her territory portion, that's where we saw her. It's always come out of that road, cut back to the west, bit of a quarantine sometimes. So she's one of our resident leopard as well. But for them to be able to scent mark, it's part of their job, making sure that wherever they are, that it's got to be identical, that they're in the area by the same species of another leopard. Or different species, or same species, that's what's pretty much work. So everybody, I'm gonna carry on heading now towards quarantine. So let's send you across to Cedric for the last bit of a left of the shore there.
Yes, look like that a bit en route to quarantine. So yeah, these hyenas walk into the thicket there and left. Unfortunately, they were very highly mobile, so I'm not sure what they were looking for. So yeah, it was quite an interesting drive this afternoon, especially for Andrew there with two leopards. On our side it was a bit quiet, but we managed to find some hyenas at the end. Quarantine seems to be quiet as well. I'm trying to find some animals before we end the show. Hopefully I will have a bit of luck. But for myself, it is my last drive for now this afternoon. I really enjoyed it. Let me try to see if I can find anything here. What a little bit of a rush to the end of the show, with the hyenas driving running everywhere, myself driving everywhere. Unfortunately, I can't see much. I think I'm just going to stop here. There's some eyes at the back, very far there. Yeah, so what an afternoon. I really hope you guys enjoy, at least seeing the leopards and the hyenas and the other animals. We got some cool birds actually. So quarantine is a nice place to end the show. I really like when I found a white-tailed mongoose here, but this time I wasn't lucky. Yeah, so sorry, I was looking around. Thank you very much for all your questions, and I hope you enjoy spending some time with me. I will be gone tomorrow, someone else will join. But I would like to say bye for now, and see you next time.